If you are driving a black Harley and you parked on the third base side, that needs to be moved immediately. A black Harley, you might be cool, but you're not that cool. welcome the president of your Alaska Goldpanners, Abe Segal.
What's up, Fairbanks? Welcome to the 119th Midnight Sun game. I'd like to take a minute and thank some special people behind the scenes who make this all happen. We got Raleigh on the PA, Chris and Burnley running PannerVision, G-Man on the broadcast. Where you at, G-Man? There you are. Henry and Shauna on the scoreboard. I'd like to thank Big Daddies and Frosty Hooters for getting you guys all your food and drinks tonight. Special thanks to Danny, John Huff with AUP, the one and only Stacy, our board of directors, and our GM, John Lorkey. And last but not least, I'd like to thank all the fans for you guys to make this even possible. Thank you. All right, at this time, I would like to honor and bring out the Hockey Club Fairbanks Girls 19U National Champions. All right, guys, these ladies accomplished something this season that no team in Fairbanks history has done. They went 4 for 4 in the tourney wins and won the national championship. Tournament in Phoenix, won it. Tournament in Florida, won it. Tournament in California, won it. National tournament in Michigan, guess what? They won it. Ladies and gentlemen, your 2024 Girls 19U Tier 2 National Champions. You want to say anything, Coach Tony? No? Did you have the mic? No? Oh. Thanks, ladies. Very proud of you. Thanks for bringing us back to Fairbanks. All right, that's it for me. I'd like to thank everybody once again. And coming up next is our GM, John Lorkey.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to try to look organized here in the next 40 minutes before we get into the things you want to see, which is baseball. But we got some important stuff ahead of time that I think is important. So let me thank Riff Rafson. They're getting done here on top of the third base dugout. Beloved Frigidaires Revival. They first started playing here 30 years ago. Carl Carlson from the Music Mart was part of that group. 50-year team president, Bill Stroker. And Riff Rafson was one of the original members too. So great job, Riff. Thanks for helping out again. So many people to thank. So many people to thank. Rissy's Greenhouse, Glenn for helping us get so many of these bleachers set up. We need a lot more tonight than we did a couple days ago. Jonathan Huff with AUP, Danny Baziri, Chris Carlson. There's just a lot of people that work behind the scenes to get this done. Fort Wainwright, thank you for your help in getting the additional bleachers out here for us. We'll have a color guard for you tonight. So it's all just a lot of stuff. A lot of vendors. Big Daddy's is here. Frosty Hooters is back there working away. We've got a Golden Heart ice cream back up this side. If you get a little too hot, they'll take care of you. So Thanks again for coming. We got fans from all over the country. I haven't looked this year. I know last year it was 35 different states were represented, and I don't see it's going to be any different this year. So thanks for a great turnout. We have film crews here from MLB.com. We got probably more media here than we've had in a long time. So we're pretty excited. We even have a documentary being shot for our featured guest tonight. We also want to thank what in so many ways is the backbone of the organization, and that is the summer families that are set up over here. We have 18 this year, and they can stand up in a group, but I'll shout out their names. But we've got Tim and Lorinda Trotman, Jesse and Maureen Garcia, Stephanie Malt, Jeremiah Strickland. It's okay to stand up, you guys. Lena and Tony Fago, Wendy and Mark Clavin, Leanne and Evan Bulger, Shannon and Kevin Hornbuckle, Carmen and Cherie Jo Cave, David and Erica Hawkins, I think they're over here, Faith and Aaron Height, Dylan and Hannah Clearline, Denise and Peter Lundquist, Lisa Casino and John Putnam, Alicia and John Roundtree, told you there was a lot, Allison and Alan King, Alicia and DJ Greenberg, Kristen Pearson, Julie and Adam Benson. Thank you very much for all you do. They are seeing an increased food budget that rivals what they've been paying, so thank you. A lot of businesses help out. We do things a lot. Recognize any changes out here? New scoreboard went in halfway through last summer. We didn't have it here last year. Thanks to the Bill Stroker Foundation, Tanana Valley Youth Sports Foundation, B&B Electric for putting that up. Matson Shipping, Weaver Brothers, got all kinds of help getting that monster here to Fairbanks and getting it erected. The turf was a capital improvement project from the borough, but Great Northwest worked on this. Tanana Valley Youth Sports Foundation helped with that as well. Field Turf installed it, as they have just about every turf in the state, so they do a terrific job. So we've only played about 8 games on it, so it's looking pretty good. Brand new construction in the concession area. That was looking pretty sad. And Nick from Maui Construction completely rebuilt all that, and now it looks a lot nicer in that concession stand area. So thanks for all these people, for all the work they do to make this place better, look better than it has in a long, long time. Thank you for that. I'd like to first bring out a lady. Well, first, before I do, let me introduce, again, he was here in 2019, but this is one classy organization, the Seattle Cheney Studs. We owe them a little bit because they beat us in 19, but Barry does a great job running this operation. We'll both be down in Canada next week competing in a tournament there. But Barry, congratulations for all you've done with your organization. Thank you. How many times national champions, Barry? 6? 5? 3? No, I think it's more than that. I think you're being polite there. So let me have Reagan come out here. So in 1960, what'd I do with my bag? 1960, there was a gentleman named George Mees from the University of Arizona who came up and was the original pitchers for the Goldpanner when we were the Pan American Goldpanners, Pan-Alaska, sorry, in 1960. And Reagan doesn't want me to embarrass her, but I told her I would bring her out here. But he pitched for that original team. He passed away in October at the age of 82 in Anchorage. because shortly after he made his way up and played here, he stayed in Alaska. He pitched 7 straight seasons for us, 60 to 66. It was the longest stretch until Sean Timmons broke that number of years record 20 years ago. So he's one of 7 players that year to pitch for the Panners. He relieved Tom Seaver in the 65 Midnight Sun game. He threw out the first pitch here in the 2008 Midnight Sun game. George's daughter Reagan is here tonight from Anchorage to join us. Thank you, Reagan. You want to say anything? We have a signed baseball from the entire team for Reagan, and we have a hat. Let's give Reagan a round of applause for coming up here from Anchorage. He's got some great lineage. Thanks, Reagan. Next we have up here from Oregon. This gentleman was here 50 years ago as a Goldpanner. He hit .336 as a first baseman on that 74 national championship team. Holds the record along with one other person for hitting the most home runs in a summer. They played 80 games that summer. Went 60 and 20. Jim hit 24 home runs that summer. Team went on to win its 3rd straight national championships. Was drafted in the first round by the Astros in '75. So he wanted to attend this year's game, so he flew in here today with his family. His wife Marty is here. Maybe you want to introduce a couple more, Jim.
I just want to say that when I go around and I talk to people about playing baseball in the summer in Fairbanks, they want to know how it was. And I'm 70 years old, and I still say to this day, it's the best 2.5, 3 months I've ever spent in my life. The town is great. The people are fantastic. The baseball was fine. It was good. But I really want to thank the Woodkeys. Are they here? Right up there. I stayed with the Woodkeys. I stayed with Sam, Ruth, Mark, Don, and John. Sam's no longer with us, but we still stay in touch with those people. They're just like family. So, and that all came from that summer in 1974. So I can't thank Fairbanks enough. It was, like I said, it was the best 2.5, 3 months of my life. Thank you very much.
Jim, I've got a jersey for you. Just happen to have your number 29 in our Midnight Sun game jersey, and I had a commemorative bat here from 1974. We never threw away anything in this organization. Yes, your name's on there. Few stars on there. Bruce Robinson, head of the Music Hall of Fame. Jim Dietz, all kinds of great guys. Congratulations again, Jim. Thanks for flying up. Appreciate it.
I want to thank John, too. I forgot. John has helped in the last 6 months ago setting all this up. I was going to say that. I'm sorry I forgot. But I really want to thank John. It's been great. Thank you.
You're very welcome, Jim. And Marty, thanks for coming on up. I did. Next we have our featured guest. We also have, I hope, is she here yet? Senator Murkowski here? Has she been able to make it yet? Yes? No? Okay. But I think you know this next gentleman, Dave Winfield, and his family. Dave's presence out here so quickly makes the notes I have pretty meaningless, because you want to hear from him, not from me. So, how many people you know got drafted by 4 different franchises in professional sports? Who remembers the ABA? We got the NFL, Major League Baseball, and 2 professional basketball organizations. Dave did all that. He was mostly a pitcher in '71, but that soon changed once they let him have a bat in his hand. So he was here in '71 and in '72. He was named the MVP as the Panners won in Wichita that year. Never played in the minor leagues. Went straight to the major leagues after college, University of Minnesota. He's one of 2 Goldpanners in the major leagues, in the Hall of Fame rather. We only got 203 in the major leagues. Played 22 seasons, made the All-Star team 12 times, a World Series MVP, and as I said, Tom Seaver passed away in 2020, so Dave is the one surviving member from the Goldpanners who's in the Hall of Fame. So he's here tonight, joined by his lovely wife Tanya, daughter Chanel. Did I get that right? I hope so. Son David II, and Ariel. Twins. Twins? Yes. I don't need to say any more. Thanks for coming, Dave. Congratulations on the statue that was done for you, and great to have you back. What's it been, 40 years? 84, he was here, one of the few that comes back and brave the winters here. He came back in 84. We got some great old photos of Dave with a parka trying to figure out how to catch a ground ball in the snow. So, Dave Winfield.
Thank you, John. Hello, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to the Midnight Sun game, the 119th in the history. And listen, I'm going to say I'm very happy to be here today. They erected a statue that when you get a chance, it's across the street where I hit a home run back in '72. But I want to thank everybody here in Fairbanks, Alaska. I want to thank the Goldpanners. I want to thank Don Dennis, who was the general manager back then. Jim Dietz, rest his soul, he's the coach at San Diego State. But he taught me a number of things that helped me compete, take my game to another level. And all I can say is I came here to Fairbanks in '71, knew nothing about the town, the Goldpanners, or anything. And I ended up having 2 of the best years of my young career and collegiate career. I did. Your town, you embraced me. You showed me what family's all about. You showed me what community is all about. And you just imagine that a town of, at the time, 20,000 people would bring these kids from all over the country. We'd live with a family. We'd have a job. And one of my jobs was to take care of this field before the game. You notice how well manicured it still is. But what is very important to me, and I'm going to keep it brief because I know they have a flyover and a number of things. I'm so happy that my family, that wasn't a part of my life when I played ball up here, that they get a chance to see what Fairbanks and Alaska and the Goldpanners is all about. So you guys having a good time? All right, listen, I'm going to end it right there. Glad to be back. Love you guys. Take care. And go Goldpanners. Sorry, guys.
Don't go away just yet, Dave. I've got a commemorative bat here from 1972. And we just happen to have a Winfield jersey with the uniform we're wearing this year. Maybe you want to show that off. Dave's old number 33. And again, a signed baseball from all the guys. Thanks again for coming up. Tanya, family, thanks you guys very much. Congratulations, Dave. Up to you, Raleigh. Thanks for coming, everybody. Let's have a great night.
Try to fix it. And think of the summers of the past. Adjust the bass and let the alpine blast. Pop in my CD and let me run around and put your car on cruise and lay back, cause it's summertime. Natural aphrodisiac, and with a pen and pad I compose this rhyme to hit you when I get you equipped for the summertime.
Official. The Idaho plate, Jerry Howard. At second base. At first base, David Noah. At second base, Ruben Cabral. And at third base, Dan Angelo.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ground Memorial Park in beautiful Fairbanks, Alaska, for the 119th Midnight Sun Game, featuring the Seattle Cheney Studs and your Alaska Goldpanners. At this time, let's meet the starters for the Seattle Cheney Studs. Batting first, number 4 center fielder, Drew Kamahara. Batting second, number 8 third baseman, Makana Murashage. Batting third, number 14 shortstop, Jeremiah Crane. Batting fourth, number 35 first baseman, Ben Schnerman. Batting fifth, number 24 right fielder, Zion Williams. Batting sixth, number 6 designated hitter, Logan Shepard. Batting seventh, number 18 second baseman, Jake Gallagher. Batting eighth, number 5 the catcher, Jake Bergstrom. And batting ninth, number 21 left fielder, Garrett Ringer. And starting on the mound for the Seattle Cheney Studs, number 13, Sean Caligari. The Seattle Cheney Studs are led by Barry Aiden. Assistant coach Derek Ridgway, Chris Remington, Tegan Aiden, and Alyssa Thomason. Now let's meet your Alaska Goldpanners. Batting first, number 42, center fielder, Jacob Daiway. Batting second, number 6, the designated hitter, Isaiah Munoz. Batting third, number 21, right fielder, Bubba Rocha. Batting fourth, number 7, left fielder, Matt Leiderman. Batting fifth, number 15, third baseman, Mikey Bell. Batting sixth, number 26, the catcher, Matt Chavez. Batting seventh, number 12, shortstop, Griffin Harrison. Batting eighth, number 11, the first baseman, Alex Garcia. Batting ninth, number 2, the second baseman, Rocco Caballero. Starting on the mound, number 35, Grayson Peters. Your Alaska Goldpanners are led by Brett Latchman. At this time, we ask that you please rise and remove your hats in honor of America with a presentation of colors. tonight's national anthem, Jen Odin.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Please remain standing.
Here we go. Welcome everyone to Fairbanks, Alaska. On the longest day of the year, it's time for the 119th annual Midnight Sun Game. Live from Growden Memorial Park, I am Garrow Von Dane. We are set for a spectacular night of baseball here between the Alaska Goldpanners and the Seattle Studs. Dave Winfield, Major League Baseball Hall of Famer, and former Goldpanner, is striding out onto the mound to throw tonight's ceremonial first pitch. Dave Winfield.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Winfield.
One of the greatest athletes in history. Drafted by 4 teams in 3 professional sports. And played for the Goldpanners in 1971 and 72, getting a statue beyond left field at the Fairbanks Curling Club earlier this afternoon. The Goldpanners and Studs set to go. It's the 64th Midnight Sun game for the Goldpanners, who were born in 1960. The Studs were founded in 1954. The Goldpanners are coached by Brett Latchman. He's assisted by Carlos Gonzalez and Nick Rush. The Studs are coached by Barry Aiden. He is assisted by Chris Remington and Derek Ridgway. On the mound for the Goldpanners tonight, getting the honor of being the starter for the Midnight Sun game, is Trayson Peters, 6'7" right-hander from Gonzaga University. He will face off against Sam Caligari, a 31-year-old graduate of University of British Columbia. As tonight's pitching matchup should be an awesome one here tonight. It is a picture-perfect 68-degree sunny evening, and we are going to play right through the hour of midnight without the aid of artificial lighting, just like we've done since 1906. It's the Bill and Eddie Stroker Midnight Sun game from Growden Memorial Park in Fairbanks, Alaska. Raleigh Johnson is on public address. Bam Bam Burnley on cameras and controls. I am Garrow Von Dane. Tell us who you are on the YouTube chat. So excited to bring this Midnight Sun game to you. A lot of fanfare today and excitement and build-up. We are sold out here tonight. A sellout at Growden Memorial Park. This place is packed beyond capacity. It is 10 p.m. local time. And Trey Peters is on the mound, trying to shake off the nerves, undoubtedly, after a long wait for this game. Peters will face Drew Kamihara for the Studs, and we are underway here in Fairbanks. Ball low. After Kamihara will be Makane Marashige. Jeremiah Crane will bat third. Ben Schurman in the cleanup spot for the Studs. And it's lifted high down the left field line. Matt Leiterman towards the line will look up and make the catch. And we are underway here from Fairbanks. That is the first out as Kamihara flies out to left. Batting fifth for the Studs will be Zion Williams. The designated hitter is Logan Shepard in the 6th spot. Jake Gallagher batting 7th, Jack Bergstrom in the 8-hole, and Garrett Ringer batting 9th for the Seattle Studs out of the Pacific International League. They are 12-4 on the year. The Goldpanners, an independent team, are 5-3 with 2 ties. And a bunt is put down. Racing into field as Mikey Bell throws across and not in time. And so a 1-out bunt single for Mirashige. And the Studs like to play small ball, and this is setting up to be a low-scoring game between 2 excellent pitchers. And so a man on with 1 down for Jeremiah Crane of the Studs. Catching for Trey Peters is Matthew Chavez. Swing and a miss. Defensively for the Goldpanners, Alex Garcia from North Pole, Alaska at first base. Rocco Caballero at second. Griffin Harrison is the shortstop. Mikey Bell at third base. The 0-1 pitch to Crane. Misses for a ball. In the outfield, Matthew Leiterman in left. Jacob Badawe in center field, and Bubba Rocha is in right. The brand new turf here in the infield, natural grass in the outfield. Ball high, it's 2-1. Clarkdale, Arizona native Trey Peters making his 3rd start. He has thrown 7 scoreless so far on the season with 11 strikeouts, just 1 walk and 5 hits. Misses inside, so it's 3-1 on Crane. Out of Tacoma College, a sophomore from Spanaway, Washington. Goldpanners and Studs played last night, game 1 of a 4-game series. Panners hung on to win 5-4. The 3-1 delivery is swung on, hit high and deep to center field. But Dawe going back, still running, looking up. He's to the warning track, makes the catch, a step in front of the center field fence where it's 410 feet away. Crane gave it a drive. That's a tough play for Badawe, looking up into the sun, running towards the center field fence, and a big out number 2. And here's Ben Sherman, the big slugger for the Studs. Had a bases clearing double yesterday in the 8th inning. Sherman batting .509 on the year. Slaps this one high into right. Drifting back is Rocha. Underneath it, and will make the catch. Down go the Studs. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left on. Panners coming to bat. 119th Midnight Sun game.
If you see a hit by pitch night, that's sponsored by Satterberg Law Office. When you're in trouble, call Satterberg Law Office. Believe me.
Midnight Sun game live from beautiful Fairbanks, Alaska. The 119th edition of the Bill and Eddie Stroker Midnight Sun game. Garrow Von Dane live here in Fairbanks. Great to have you with us on PannerVision. We have all of our games, home and away, all season long here on YouTube. First pitch is swung on, hit towards the gap. Badawe singles to right. He's going to try for 2. Here comes the throw to second. Badawe slides in and he's out at second base. Badawe aggressively trying to turn it into 2, but the throw comes in from Kamihara, and 1 down for the Panners here in the bottom of the 1st. Oh boy, that's a big out right there. After the leadoff single. 1 down for Isaiah Munoz, the designated hitter tonight for the Goldpanners. The left-hander on the hill, Sam Caligari. Played his collegiate career at British Columbia, went on to play some professional ball in South Australia and also in Germany. Works quickly, doesn't throw hard, but very accurate. The 1-1. Grounded left side, that's through for a base hit. Munoz with a single, back-to-back hits for the Goldpanners, 1 on, 1 out. Bubba Rocha will come to the plate for Fairbanks. He'll be followed by the cleanup hitter Matthew Leiterman. Mikey Bell batting 5th, Matthew Chavez in the 6th spot. Griffin Harrison will bat 7th for Fairbanks, followed by Alex Garcia and Rocco Caballero. 1 on for the Goldpanners here in the bottom of the 1st inning. To the right side, Panners swinging early in counts here so far. Carlos Gonzalez, associate head coach in the 3rd base box, giving the signs. Nick Rush out of UNLV at 1st base. throw to first, runner back safely. That's a tough task right now for Sherman, looking into that sun to the north. The sun will set at 12:48 a.m. and rise again at 2:58 a.m. Chop left side foul. It will set earlier here from our perspective because it will dip behind the hills to the north. At the closest half inning to midnight, we will pause the game for the traditional singing of the Alaska flag song. The 0-2. Upstairs for a ball to Bubba Rocha. We will have Dave Winfield joining us here in the press box. Probably around the third inning, so please don't go anywhere. What a career for Mr. Winfield, the St. Paul, Minnesota native. Two balls and two strikes to Rocha, the junior from Cal Riverside out of Brentwood, California. Here's the 2-2. Swung on, hit high into center field. On the run is Kamihara. Looks to be underneath it and will make the catch. Runner will head back to first. 2 down. Here in the bottom of the first, we are scoreless. Goldpanners and Studs. These two met in the Midnight Sun game in 2019 with the Studs spoiling the party, winning 5-4 here at Growden. Panners don't lose often in the Midnight Sun game. They're 48-14 all time. Have lost just 3 times since 1992. Last year defeated the Michigan Monarchs. The year before walked off the San Diego Waves. In a wild one. We've had some classic finishes in recent years. The 1-0, and they'll throw to first base. Bottom of the first started with a Badawe single to right. He tried to stretch it into 2 and was thrown out. Munoz followed with a single, then Rocha flew out to center. Just a slight breeze blowing in. Gorgeous night. It rained on and off much of the day. Kind of a perfect scenario here. The rain clouds moved out, and it has been picture perfect. The 1-1. Slapped foul out of play into the seats. Goldpanners batting .274 as a team this year. Studs with a team earned run average of 3.33. Here's the 1-2. Well upstairs, 2-2. A busy first inning so far for Sean Caligari. Both pitchers, you know they're feeling the nerves before this one. Got to settle in, get an inning under your belt. Trey Peters for the Goldpanners faced 4 batters, allowed a bunt single and 3 flyouts. A massive crowd here at Growden. Sold out. And the 2-2. Down low. Matthew Leiterman. Sophomore from Woodland Hills, California. Right-handed hitter for the Goldpanners. Awaits the 3-2. Misses inside for ball 4. Can the Panners take advantage? Did a lot of 2-out damage yesterday. That brings up Mikey Bell. Bell is batting .324 on the year. Sophomore from Gonzaga, hailing from Fresno, California. 2 on, 2 out. Panners trying to strike first. Check his swing. Did he go? No on appeal. 1-0. After Bell would be Chavez. Strike is called. Dave Winfield spending a lot of time with the Goldpanner players before tonight's game. Got his picture taken with the team. He's here with his family. The 1-1. Just misses 2-1. His wife Tanya's 3 children. First time back in Fairbanks for Mr. Winfield since 1984. Slapped high on the right field sign. It's in foul territory, but tracking it down is the right fielder Williams, and down go the Goldpanners here in the first. Couple of hits and a walk, they leave 2 men on, and we are scoreless after 1. Midnight Sun Game live from beautiful Fairbanks, Alaska. Garrow Von Dane, glad you could join us on PannerVision. We are scoreless after 1. Goldpanners and visiting Seattle Cheney Studs, founded by the Cheney Lumber Company in 1954 in Tacoma. Goldpanners founded in 1960 by World War II veteran Red Boucher. Ball 1 from Trey Peters to Zion Williams in the 5 spot for the Studs. Breaking ball in for a strike. Williams, then Logan Shepard, the DH, and Jake Gallagher, 5, 6, and 7 spots in the Studs batting order. Zion Williams from Tacoma College, the right fielder for the Studs, in the cream whites with the pinstripes and the Belgian stud horse on the chest. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a miss. The Goldpanners in their black jerseys with the snow-capped letters across the front spelling Alaska. The red caps with a star and 49. Alaska, the 49th state. Down low. 3-2 from Trey Peters. Allowed 1 hit. It was a bunt single in the first. Tall right-hander. It hit the hand, I guess. Wasn't sure if it was the end of the bat, but I guess it was the hand. So Williams hit by a 3-2 pitch, and the Studs have a runner at first base to lead off the second inning. That brings up the DH Logan Shepard, another Tacoma College product, a freshman from Olympia, Washington. Red Boucher founded these Goldpanners and then turned the reins over to Don Dennis, who ran this program from around 64 to 2011 and presided over the founding of the Alaska Baseball League and 6 national titles for the Goldpanners. Oh, and 30 some odd Alaska Baseball League titles. Now the general manager is John Larkey. And he has made some wonderful improvements to this facility, among other things. What a job Mr. Lorkey has done. And this proud organization is on full display here tonight in front of a sold-out crowd. 1-1 is upstairs, 2-1. A runner at first with nobody out in a scoreless game, top of the second inning. Checked his swing. On appeal, no, it's 3-1. It's 315 down the left field line, 328 down the right field line, and 410 to straightaway center. You see the Alaska flag on the center field fence. Way up and in, ball 4. Well, the Studs have something cooking here. And look for a sacrifice bunt here. That would be my suspicion. And here comes head coach Brett Latchman. And it looks like he's going to come out and talk to Trey Peters. 119th Midnight Sun game. The Goldpanners picked up the tradition with their inception in 1960. Played some local teams until '63 when the first outside team was brought in, the Wichita Dreamliners. Never is artificial lighting permitted at the Midnight Sun game. We are 153 miles south of the Arctic Circle where the sun will not set tonight. Jake Gallagher stands in with 2 on and nobody out. Gallagher not showing his hand yet. Now he squares around, bunts and fouls it off. Sophomore from Pacific University out of Sumner, Washington. The 0-1 squares around. It's skipped in the turf. Runner's going to take off for third. Here's the throw down the line, not in time. Both runners move up on the wild pitch. And now, what will Gallagher be asked to do? Studs in position right now. Second and third, nobody out. Here's the 1-1, it's in for a strike. Doubtful he'll be bunting now. Bergstrom on deck. Gallagher a .250 hitter this season. Peters calls time. And now Reddy's with the 1-2 offering. Foul back. The first Midnight Sun game in 1906 featured the Eagles Club versus the California Bar. Ed Stroker played in that game and then many more. Up high for a ball, it's 2-2. Eventually his son Bill would become president of the Goldpanners for decades until his passing in 2010. And he has done so much for this organization and for Fairbanks, his charitable donations that continue to pay dividends today and well into the future. 2-2 after the foul ball out of play. Williams at third, Shepard at second. Gallagher is the batter with nobody out. Big 2-2 pitch coming up. Peters. Down low, 3-2. Peters trying to gather himself right now after a good first inning. Now struggling with his control in the second. The payoff pitch. Outside ball 4. He lost him. 3 free passes in the inning. And the bases are loaded for the Studs. Jack Bergstrom will be the batter. Freshman from Federal Way, Washington. Bergstrom batting .458. Swings and misses. Slider from Peters. The 0-1 swing and a miss. Oh, a strikeout would be absolutely what the doctor ordered. Head coach Barry Ayton in the third base box. Chris Remington over at first. The 0-2. Got him swinging. Big strikeout for Peters for the first out of the inning. And we go to the number 9 hitter, Garrett Ringer.
Now batting, number 21, left fielder.
Sophomore from Winfield University. Ringer batting just 128 so far. He's 6 for 47. First pitch misses down and away. It's 1-0. Strike called, 1-1. Massive crowd here in Fairbanks. Strike 2. After Ringer would be Drew Kamihara at the top of the order. The 1-2 delivery. Late swing and fouls it off. Jen Oden sang a beautiful national anthem before the game with the flyover. The 1-2 is chopped towards third. They go to second, and they got the out there, but thought they had a chance at home for the force out. Looked like a tougher play to go to second for Bell. I don't know if he was thinking of turning 2, but the Studs score as Williams touches home. Shepard to third on the play. Gallagher is out 5-4 on a very close play. Nice job by Caballero to field that throw and have his foot on the bag. So now 2 outs. Studs at the corners for Kamihara, who flew out to left in his first at bat. Drew went 0 for 3 in last night's game with a walk. Runner takes off from first. No throw with that runner at third base. Chavez didn't want to take any chances. Kamihara batting .259. Fouls it off. It's 0-2. Oh, just misses with the fastball. Hardest thrower on the Goldpanner pitching staff. Trey Peters hits 94 on the gun. The 1-2. Hit towards second, swallowed up by Caballero. And that's it for the Studs in the second, but they do pick up a run and take a 1-0 lead after an inning and a half.
off for the Panners, number 26, catcher, Matt Chavez.
Pardon me, Matthew Chavez will lead off for the Goldpanners as we go to the bottom of the second inning. The 119th annual Midnight Sun Game from beautiful Fairbanks, Alaska. 68-degree temperature at first pitch at 10 p.m. And we will play until this one ends right through the hour of midnight. There are lights here, but they do not function. And even if they did, they would not be turned on tonight. 1-0 Studs as the Goldpanners bat in the bottom of the second. Chavez, Griffin Harrison, and Alex Garcia due up. 0-2 from Caligari. Misses inside for a ball and 2 strikes. Caligari struggled a little bit in that first inning. We'll see if he settles in here. Panners got a leadoff single, but Badawe tried to turn it into 2 and got thrown out. That one is hit high, but shallow left. Starting back and then coming in. Oh, goodness, and a collision between Ringer and Crane. And 2 injured players on the field and other players racing out, as is trainer Jim Kimball. Oh, goodness, a scary moment here as they both were racing towards that baseball in shallow left and collided with each other. And they are both in pain right now as the teammates were waving staff onto the field quickly. Garrett Ringer and Jeremiah Crane both down on the grass. Head coach Brett Latchman showing concern. And some of the other staff going out there. Chris Remington is headed out towards left field. And there's longtime trainer with the Goldpanners, Jim Kimball, checking on both players. A scary moment here at Growden. There's now some medical supplies are being raced onto the field by Andrew Tropman. And you can just wait and hope that both of these young men are okay. And I see Crane is up and walking around now. Well, that's wonderful news, and they're still tending to Garrett Ringer. And I'm not sure, was the ball caught? I mean, that's a side note at the moment. And now Brett Latchman back out there to find out what the situation is. But as long as Ringer has been down, you feel like he probably will not be able to continue. But the bigger question is, man, I hope he's okay. He has been moving around. Crane's still trying to walk it off. That was scary because it was hit into shallow left, and at first it looked like Ringer was starting back and then decided, uh-oh, this one's shallow left. So began charging for it. Crane running out from his position at short and just slamming into each other with force. Crane is walking to the dugout right now. As they continue to look at Ringer in left field. Crane definitely looks wobbly. Well, not what we want to see here at the Midnight Sun Game. And hopefully these 2 young men are going to be okay. We're going to send away for a moment. Here in the bottom of the second inning, Studs leading 1-0, injury on the field.
Hello everyone. If you are the owner of the black Harley, you are parked on the third base line and you need to move it immediately. We will move the Harley for you if it doesn't move. And the way the sunlight plays upon her head.
So we have it sorted out, we think, but both players have been replaced. They both were able to walk off the field under their own power, Ringer and Crane, and they have been replaced, and we'll get you that information as soon as we can. But right now, the Goldpanners are back at the plate. So the out was recorded. It was caught during that scary collision in left. So Griffin Harrison batting for the Goldpanners with nobody out, or with one out and nobody on. And the Panners trailing 1-0, bottom of the second inning here at the Midnight Sun game. So good news that both players were able to walk off under their own power. They both came out of the game and have been replaced. 2 balls and a strike to Griffin Harrison, second-year member of the Goldpanners. Sophomore from California. Here's the 2-1. And it's line to right, a base hit. Third hit of the game for the Goldpanners. Still looking for their first run. Had opportunities in the first, couldn't get that big 2-out hit. And let's see what Alex Garcia can do. North Pole, Alaska native from just down the road here, where it's Christmas every day. Garcia will be followed by Caballero. The left-hander Caligari. Ooh, gets the strike call. PJ Martinez has taken over in left field. Jake Gallagher moved from second base to short. And Bryce Foster enters the game at second base. Here's the 0-1. The injury replacements after the collision in left field. Dave Winfield joining me soon here in the press box. Major League Baseball Hall of Famer, 2-year Goldpanner. Popped up, playable for Foster just on the grass. And makes the catch to retire Garcia. 2 down for the Goldpanners, brings up Rocco Caballero.
Number 2, Rocco Caballero.
Sophomore from San Jose State. Caballero batting .222 so far. Trying to get a big 2-out base hit.
Honestly, every time I try to do something fun or exciting, you make it not that way.
Just 1 hit for the Studs, but they lead at 1-0. 3 free passes in the second inning. Studs loaded the bases on a couple of walks and a hit batsman. And now Peters has had a long rest between innings. Runner takes off for second, and he is safe. Stolen bag for Griffin Harrison. Into scoring position with 2 down. Caballero. Can he get a base knock here with 2 down? The 1-1. Pop back towards the seats. And it will get out of play and lands on the roof. Just above us. This press box was added in 1967. Misses for ball 2. Goldpanners and Studs here at the Midnight Sun game on a gorgeous night on the longest day of the year. Fairbanks, Alaska. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Outside ball 3. Caligari battling Caballero. After Rocco would be Jacob Badawe in the top of the order. And the payoff pitch. Line to left, a base hit. Harrison will be waved around third. Here comes the throw to the plate. Harrison scores, and we're tied at 1. Caballero gets it done with the RBI single. Harrison, after the stolen base, scores. And we are knotted at 1 here in the second inning. Fourth hit of the game for Fairbanks. And Jacob Badawe will try to keep it rolling. Singled in the first inning, tried to stretch it into 2 and was thrown out by center fielder Kamihara. Throw to first base, runner back safely. Ben Sherman holding the runner on. Two outs. Another toss over to first. It'll be interesting to see how Trey Peters handles the long rest here with the injury timeout. Swing and a miss. Pitch coming down and in on Badawe. Jacob Jr. from UC Riverside. The 0-1 from Caligari. Grounded towards second. Foster's got it, throws on to first for the final out, but the Panners tie the game on the RBI single from Caballero. We're headed to the third. Midnight Sun game tied at 1. Goldpanners baseball on PannerVision. It's the 119th annual Midnight Sun game. Goldpanners hosting the Seattle Studs. Panners 48-14 all time in the Midnight Sun game, starting in 1960. 1-1 game as we start the third. Trey Peters out to face Makane Murashage. And he fouls it out of play. Mirashage, and then looks like PJ Martinez is in the on-deck circle. We weren't sure where they were going to be inserted into the batting order. Bryce Foster in the 9 spot. This one is floated towards right and will land for a base hit. Mirashage, and then it's misplayed in right by Rocha, and he has to chase it all the way back. And meanwhile, Mirashage winds up at third base with a single and a 2-base error. And the Studs have a runner 90 feet away with nobody out. And trouble here for Peters and the Goldpanners after the miscue in right following the base hit. Second time Mirashage has reached safely. And now PJ Martinez, first at bat. This is entering the game in left field for the injured Garrett Ringer off of the collision. Swing and a miss. Martinez, or Moritz rather, we had his name wrong. PJ Moritz a senior from Long Island University. And he skies this one over the press box. Apologies to PJ. The 2-2. Tried to get him to chase off the plate. 3-2 though now, with Shorman on deck, the always dangerous Shorman. So big pitch here from Peters. Chops one down the third base line, looks the runner back, throws to first. They'll get the out there. Goes 5-3. That keeps Mirashage. At third base, now it brings up Ben Shorman. 509 hitter entering the game, 0 for 1, flew out to right. 5 home runs on the year. Smashes this one into the gap in right center. It's 2-1 Studs as Mirashage scores easily. The ball goes all the way to the wall. And man, everything he connects with is hit awful hard. And Shorman's got an RBI to go along with the 3 picked up yesterday. Zion Williams will stand in as the Studs regain the lead now, 2-1 here in the top of the third. Thought the Panners might pitch around him yesterday with the bases full, even though they were loaded. It turns out they should have, because he had a bases clearing double. Williams was hit by a pitch and scored in the second inning. Swings and misses, off-speed pitch from Trey Peters. Garrow Von Dane here on a gorgeous night in Fairbanks under the midnight sun. Nothing in 2. After Williams is Shepard.
You don't have to put me in there right away.
0-2 the count on Williams. Runner at second base, 1 run in, 1 down. A right-hander delivers, and it's hit high and deep to left. Going back is Leiterman. He's in front of the warning track and will reach up and make the catch for out number 2. Staying put at second base is Shorman, and Logan Shepard, the designated hitter, will get his second at bat. Walked in the second inning. The Studs got a hit batsman, 2 walks to load him up. And Ringer, with a fielder's choice, was able to drive in the first run of the game. Panners answered back with 1 in the second. RBI single for Caballero, scoring Harrison. And now the Studs regain the lead in the third. Swing and a miss from Shepard against Trayson Peters. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Studs, a run, 4 hits, and 1 error for the Goldpanners. Shepard awaiting the 0-1. Swings and misses for strike 2. Peters trying to limit the damage here in the third, as the shadows stretch across the field here at Growden. The sun to our left in the north. And here's the 0-2. Pop back and over the stands that are packed to the gills tonight with this sold-out crowd in Fairbanks. People from all over the world taking in tonight's game, as they tend to do every year. And the 0-2 again from Peters to Shepard. Got just a piece of it to foul it back and stay alive. Gallagher would bat if Shepard could reach. Peters trying to put down the Studs here in the third, keep it a 1-run game. Right-hander gets the signs. And Reddy's with the 0-2 offering again. This is down and away. Ball and 2 strikes. Logan Shepard's second plate appearance for the Studs. Went 0 for 4 in last night's game. Swings and misses for strike 3. Studs pick up a run, leave a man on 2 base hits. We're going to the bottom of the third. It's 2-1 Studs. Hall of Famer Dave Winfield when we return on PannerVision. Garrow Von Dane back here in Fairbanks, Alaska at the 119th annual Midnight Sun Game with the Seattle Studs in front of the Goldpanners. 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the third. Sean Caligari back out for his third inning work will face Munoz, Rocha, and Leiterman, 2, 3, and 4 spots in the Panner batting order. And I'm joined now by Major League Hall of Famer and new statue recipient and former Goldpanner Dave Winfield. Dave, congrats on the statue and welcome back to Fairbanks.
GVD, my man, thank you very much. It's great just to be back here, and I got my family with me, and so we did that honor with unveiling the statue today, and we're watching the game, Midnight Sun. I played in a couple of these things back in 71, 72.
Yeah.
But this whole Goldpanner experience kind of shaped the trajectory of my career in a lot of ways.
I want to get to that too, because that was, you know, obviously earlier in your career, you were a two-sport athlete at Minnesota playing basketball and baseball, and you came up here as the strikeout occurs of Munoz, one down here in the third. Came up here mainly as a pitcher.
Yeah, I did. That's all they let me do at University of Minnesota, even though my whole life I was a hitter, shortstop, outfielder, and then pitcher. But they wanted to just go one way, and it was pitching. That's what my scholarship was. And then I came up here, and they let me hit. And people, you know, I go professional. I'm only a hitter. And people don't know I pitch now.
So was it Jim Dietz that helped you make that transition?
Yes.
The coach here?
Yeah, Jim Dietz. Rest his soul. I appreciated him so much because he even helped me as a pitcher. When I came up here, there was stuff that I had to learn. I was good, but there was a lot I had to learn. And he showed me a couple new pitches and a way to go about my business, and that was very helpful. And then he said, we want you to hit, because one guy went pro. I think it was Rod Boone, and then they put me in to hit, and I hit a home run across the street.
Ground ball up the middle and through. A base hit for Rocha. Brings up Leiterman. Panners have a man on and one out, joined by Hall of Famer Dave Winfield. And that home run you're referring to, there's a lot of mythology here about the curling club. Who hit it, who put it on the roof. Where did your home run land?
It was so high and so far and so fast out of the stadium. I can't tell you where it landed, but I know there's a mark on that curling club that we're seeing right now. It was one of the longest home runs I ever hit in my life.
It had to be. I mean,
it's the truth. I don't know exactly where it hit, but it was out of the stadium and across the street.
I heard the bounce was high enough that everyone in the stands could see it high into the air.
No doubt. It's like in Chicago at Wrigley Field when it goes out of the park, you know, you see that ball bouncing down the street. But overall, that was just an opportunity. It was a door open. In fact, just coming up to Fairbanks and playing for the Goldpanners back in the day, it was a wonderful opportunity. We had first-round draft picks. A lot of guys go pro. We traveled to Europe to play, you know, in a tournament over in the Netherlands. And we went to the NBC tournament, but once we played the Glacier Pilots, we go to Seattle, Portland, Eureka, Boulder, and on to Wichita. And we had some great players, and I made a lot of friends, and it kind of changed the trajectory of my college baseball career.
How did the Fairbanks thing happen for you? The throw to first gets away, the Sun playing into it as Sherman can't field it. Over to second and on his way to third goes Rocha, and he will slide in safely. So the E1 allows Rocha to get to third with one out, and the Panners trailing by one with Leiterman at the plate. So, how did the Fairbanks thing come about for you?
They just, Jim Dietz and Don Dennis, they called or wrote or whatever. They didn't have internet. It wasn't an email or a text, that's for sure. In '71, they said that a team in Alaska is interested in you and see if you want to come up there and play. And I didn't know anything about Fairbanks. I didn't know anything about the Goldpanners. But they said that they were a quality team, very competitive, and it might be good for you. And you get a job in the summer, you live with a family. I said, oh, really? And so I just took them up on it. Door was open, I went through it, and as a result, 2 incredible years. And I told people, I thank the families that took me in. I thank the people who let me work.
Foul back, 2-2.
And, you know, I think just Alaska, man, it was, you know, you have to be hardy. You got to be rugged up here, you know what I mean?
Especially in 71.
Yeah, oh man, yeah, 19, 20,000 people was it. Now I look at the town now, it's sprawling, a sprawling metropolis.
Metropolis here.
Compared to what it was back then. But I tell the kids, I guarantee you the city's 3-4 times larger than when I was here.
Yeah.
And but that didn't matter. I just liked being here, and it worked out for me.
3-2 is chopped towards short. Runner hung up. Now he's stuck between third and home. The indecisiveness. They're going to throw it home. Catcher Bergstrom chasing him back to third as the pick will continue. And they make the tag. And over to second base. So a base running mistake there as he's tagged out between third and home. Leiterman ends up at second base on the play. Panners with a mistake on the base paths after having a runner at third with 1 out and a missed opportunity, but still a chance for Mikey Bill to try and drive the runner in. You mentioned Don Dennis, the GM for so many years, presiding over all the Goldpanners success, a mentor of mine, a good friend. Have you kept in touch with Don a little bit over the years?
Yeah, we've been in touch recently, and actually he did an interview because actually I'm doing a documentary. And
that one is crushed to left by Bell. He drops the bat and watches it fly over the left field fence and onto Second Avenue. A 2-run home run for Mikey Bell, and that's 3-2 Goldpanners.
Wow, nice.
That looked like Dave Winfield swinging the bat.
Yeah, I'll give him credit. Tip of the hat, there he is.
That was crushed. Matthew Chavez will stand in, and the Panners are back in front. Yeah, so there's a documentary in the works?
There is, and they're doing interviews and going to places, and you know this happened to be on the schedule. You know, so they're erecting and unveiling a statue, and the guy said, "Man, can we go up there and videotape?" I said, "Let's do it, let's do it." So Alaska will be featured prominently in that production when it's over.
That's beautiful. I mean, it's such an amazing place, and you know, Alaska gives a lot to you. What, as this one is hit into center field, and Chavez into first base safely. The Panners keep it rolling here in the third now with a 3-2 lead. What did you take from your experience here that you've carried with you?
Well, they taught me to play baseball. You know, it refined some of my skills that enabled me to play against the much better players. And then they let me hit. And obviously I had a 22-year professional career, didn't even go to the minor leagues. So they taught me something up here. This is where I really blossomed.
That's an amazing feat. I mean, people know about drafted by 4 teams in 3 different professional sports, but I mean, going straight to the major leagues, that doesn't happen.
Yeah, and it wasn't all peaches and cream. I had a lot to learn, rough around the edges, but what little leverage I had back then, I would play basketball if I don't go to the major leagues right away. I said, all right, we'll give you a chance. We'll give you a chance. So they figured the first 3 months, you know, I could hang around. Then they were planning to send me to AAA the next year, but I played my butt off in spring training, and they said, well, he made the team, and I never looked back.
Never had to ride those buses.
No.
Griffin Harrison, the batter. I'm joined by Hall of Famer Dave Winfield here in the press box. 2-year Goldpanner in the 70s. 71, you guys went to the NBC Championship, lost a crushing championship game to the Pilots. But then in 72,
we got him back.
Got him back and started that successful decade, ultra successful time period for the Goldpanners. And that had to feel great winning the championship back then.
Oh, it did. It was a breakthrough, and you know, some people play here 1 year. I played here 2, so I experienced the losing, experienced the winning. And I made so many friends. And then I played against a lot of these guys in college, you know, College World Series and such. And then I played against or with them professionally. There was a guy, Rich Trodson, that played for this team. We were teammates. Dave Roberts, who was a #1 pick out of Oregon. We played together, so I made a lot of friends up here, and you know, just a great, great experience. You know, I have no negative downside at all.
3 balls and 2 strikes on Harrison with a runner at first base and 2 down. It's a 3-2 Goldpanner lead here in the bottom of the 3rd. And Dave Winfield here in the press box joining me and talking about years past and time in Fairbanks and with the Goldpanners as it's fouled out of play. And some of those teammates you had back then, have you kept in touch with them? And when you see them or speak to them or any former Goldpanners, do you guys talk about that? Your time in Fairbanks?
Oh, yeah, we do. Randy Jones, who played for the Glacier Pilots, we're a member of the...
Popped up by Harrison. First baseman Shorman looking up into the sky. And that is out number 3. And Dave, you got a few more minutes so you can spare?
Yeah, you want to talk?
Love to. We'll be back with more with the Hall of Famer Dave Winfield. It's 3-2 Goldpanners after 3 at the Midnight Sun Game. '19th Midnight Sun Game from beautiful Fairbanks, Alaska. Joined by a former Fairbanks resident, making his first trip back in many years, bringing the family too. Mr. Dave Winfield as the Panners lead at 3-2. Studs come to bat in the top of the 4th. It's Gallagher, Bergstrom, and Foster due up. And the first pitch to Gallagher is lifted high down the right field line, tracking it towards the line and making the catch is the right fielder Rocha, quickly 1 down, brings up Bergstrom. And Dave, you get to bring the family here. You've been, I'm sure, telling them stories for a long time about your time in Fairbanks.
Right.
Now they get to see it personally. They enjoying it?
Yeah, no, they definitely are. They definitely are. I've told them so many stories, but, you know, when you meet the people who are part of that slice of my life, and they see the field that I played, the houses that I stayed in, and it's been eye-opening for them because they see.
Slapped into center field, a base hit by Bergstrom, a 1-out single for the Studs in this 3-2 game, top of the 4th.
Yeah, so just to be able to show them some of the steps that I took in life, it wasn't, you know, all easy going or a straight line or, you know, I mean, I traveled 2,000 miles from home, and back then, no internet, no, you know, no cell phones or anything like that, so I wasn't calling home every day and didn't get homesick or anything like that. But you take chances. You sometimes get opportunities, go through that door. And that's what I did, and those are the kind of things I tried to teach the kids along the way. Don't be afraid to, you know, take a chance and do some things. And this was definitely one of them, because I knew nothing about where I was going.
And it's a shock when you land here too and say, oh my goodness, where am I?
But on the way up, you see the glaciers and the mountains, and where I lived, you know, you see a moose walking in front of the house, and I said, look at this. The fish that we caught, you know, pontoon plane and landing on a lake. I was ecstatic. It was totally different. And then going overseas with new guys, new friends, it all added up to a special experience.
Strikeout brings up Kamihara with 2 down, a runner at first base. I don't want to let you leave without asking about your charitable work, Dave. I was looking online. It said, I don't know if this is accurate, but it said you were the first active athlete to form a philanthropic organization.
Yeah, a nonprofit 501c3. I was, you know, I mean, everybody does it now, but,
yeah,
you know, people, what are you doing? What are you doing? My life has always been, in my career, it's been about service to others. First of all, make sure I was successful, do well, and then, you know, I always reach back. It's just part of my life, part of who I am. And so that's what I did and taught other people to do it.
And when you look back at life, I mean, that's got to be one of the things you're most proud of. I mean, the baseball stuff is awesome, the accomplishments, but the family, charitable organizations.
Absolutely. Guys like Harold Reynolds, Derek Jeter.
2-1 pitch, swing and a miss.
I could name a whole lot of people that, you know, ultimately did foundations and that kind of work. But for me, how many times I've traveled to places and not, man, you hit 465 home runs. They say, Dave, thank you. I got a scholarship because of you. Or Dave, you know, we went to the hospital and I'm sorry, we didn't get everything in, but we talk all night.
Swing and a miss, we could, man. Dave, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. Continued success with everything. Best to the family, and thanks for coming back to Fairbanks. Congratulations on your statue and all your success.
Thank you. My pleasure. I'll be back. I'll
Beautiful.
be back again.
And I'll be here, Dave.
All right.
Dave
GDD.
Winfield. Thank you, brother.
All right.
Goldpanners lead it 3-2 after 3.5.
I'm going to need everyone here, the sold-out Midnight Sun game, to cheer on all the Panner fans running. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go, go, go! You guys can get louder than that? Go, 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 go! All right, we're at the halfway point. Oh, you beat the Panner! All right, can we get a round of applause for all the Panner fans that ran the bases? And thank you to the Pop House for sponsoring the Kids Run. All right, everyone, we're going to exit the same way we came back in. On the last two, let's see how loud we can get. There we go, everyone. That's what we like to hear.
Well, how about that? Pretty cool, right? Hall of Famer Dave Winfield here in the press box, former Goldpanner. Man, could have talked all night. And he's got a busy schedule here tonight. Wants to watch some baseball and not have to yap with me all night, right? 3-2 Goldpanners as we go to the bottom of the fourth. Shaping up to be another classic here at the Midnight Sun game. It is 11:18 local time. Line over the glove of Caligari, fielded behind second base, but not in time to get the runner Garcia. And an infield hit for Alex. And he gets to go to second on the overthrow.
Coming to the plate, second baseman, Rocco Caballero.
And Rocco Caballero with an RBI single in the second inning. will bat with Gold in scoring position in a 3-2 Panner lead. Squares around to bunt. Takes, throw to second base, runner back safely. Hall of Famer Dave Winfield was an All-American in 1973 and won the College World Series MVP as a pitcher. Drafted by the San Diego Padres in 1973 in the first round, 4th overall. Foul tip. Mentioned those 4 teams he was drafted by professionally in 3 different leagues: the Padres, the Atlanta Hawks in the NBA, the Utah Stars of the ABA, and the Minnesota Vikings drafted him even though he didn't play college football. And yeah, straight to the major leagues. Didn't spend a day in the minors. Floated right to second base, getting back to the bag in time is Garcia. So the bunt was a decoy from Caballero. And he lines out to second, first out of the inning for Badawe. 3 runs, 8 hits now for the Goldpanners. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Studs, who are managed by longtime head coach and GM Barry Aiden. Had a long playing career. Line to left, a base hit. Garcia will fly around third and score easily. And it's 4-2 Goldpanners, but Dawe's first RBI of the Midnight Sun game. The Panners had some hitting woes recently. Hit the ball over the field against the Men's League All-Stars a couple of nights ago. And you hoped that that would carry through, and so far it has. The Panners hit the ball well last night, 8 base hits in that 5-4 win over the Studs, and now have 9 hits already here in the 4th inning. Swing and a miss from Munoz, 1 for 2 with a single. Dave Winfield finished with 2,973 Major League games played and 3,110 hits. 465 home runs in that 22-year career. A 12-time All-Star, 6-time Silver Slugger Award winner, and a first ballot Hall of Famer. The 1-1, runner takes off from first and it's chopped foul. Played here under legendary coach Jim Dietz, with a long career at San Diego State. And won a lot of championships here with the Goldpanners. Passing away a couple of years ago. And really special thanks to Dave Winfield for giving us his time here tonight. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it's popped up high off the bat of Munoz. And it is tracked down by Williams for out number 2. And the Panners have taken a 4-2 lead, and we're going to have another surprise guest. You don't want to miss this one when we head to the 5th inning. Garrow Von Dane here at Growden Memorial Park with 2 down. And he takes a pitch inside. Panners still with a runner at first base. And 1 run is in. Runner takes off. The throw down to second is not in time. Sliding underneath the tag is Badawe, a stolen base. He gets into scoring position as the Panners try to do some more 2-out damage. Bubba Rocha, 1 for 2, singled his last time up. Panners fell behind 1-0 in the second, tied it in the bottom half. Broken bat roller to second. Foster throws on to first. That takes care of the Goldpanners, but they add another run and lead it 4-2 through 4. A special guest joining me when we come back to Growden here at the Midnight Sun game. 119th annual Midnight Sun Game live from Fairbanks, Alaska, as the Goldpanners lead at 4-2 starting the 5th inning. A new pitcher into the game. Exit Trey Peters, enter Dane Grant. Dane Grant, number 16, the left-hander for the Goldpanners, will face Mirashiga, Moritz, and Schurman here in the 5th inning. A 4-2 Goldpanner lead. Dane Grant, the freshman from UC Irvine out of Ladera Ranch, California. And his pitch lands in for a strike. And now I am joined by very special guest, Senator Lisa Murkowski. Welcome here to the press box high above Growden.
It's a super view up here. You know, I've watched Midnight Sun baseball for years and never from this view. So I have to tell you, it's pretty special.
So you've been to the game a few times?
You know, I was here back in 1972 when Dave Winfield.
Wow.
Yes. And I wish that I could tell you that I was paying close attention to the game. But, you know, I was a high school girl and I was just enjoying the conversation as high school girls do. But, yeah, Midnight Sun baseball was really happening for me when I was in high school here.
So you spent your high school years in Fairbanks?
Yep.
Man, that's awesome.
It is. Well, it is awesome because summer in Fairbanks is awesome. But yeah, being in high school here was a pretty special part of my life. Great friends. I was actually at a high school class reunion just before we came here to the game. So it's a lot of good memories, a lot of good friends, a lot of good people here in the Golden Heart.
2-2 is the count. 1 out, base is empty for the Studs. I'm joined by Senator Lisa Murkowski. Which high school did you graduate from?
I was at Monroe, so super small. You know, we did basketball, right?
Yeah.
Monroe did basketball then. They still do basketball now.
Called strike 3. 2 down for Grant here.
Okay.
Brings up Schurman.
How do you keep track of all of this? I'm like looking at your pads here and it's like, sheesh.
A lot of scoring going on and notes and all that sort of thing, but you know, you multitask a little bit as a senator, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I guess that I do, but this is certainly much more enjoyable multitasking. You got a full house here tonight, huh?
Packed house. This could be our biggest crowd ever. I'm not sure. I wasn't around for the games in the 70s, so I don't recall. Do you have any gauge crowd-wise? I mean, the park is so different now.
The park is different. I don't think it went out as far on both ends here. But then again, I didn't have this view. I was down there. So I think you've got more people now, which is okay. You know, you should. We got more people here.
Yeah.
And quite honestly, our Goldpanners have been kind of the constant for us here during this summer. You've got an awful lot of really allegiant fans for the Goldpanners.
Oh, we have great fans here. It's 3-1 on Schurman, who RBI double his last time up. 2 outs, base is empty. I mean, the fans here are marvelous, and we see so many of the same faces here every single night all summer. 3-2 now on Schurman. So, I mean, are you in general a big baseball fan?
You know, I am super bad with sports. I've got my husband and I have a couple sons, and they're always like joking with me. It's like, Mom, there are no quarters in a baseball game. It's innings. And I'm like, I know. But, you know, it's just sports is sports. So I'm not a huge baseball player, but I am a fan of the sport. I love to watch it. I love to be part of it. But I don't take enough time to actually be here to do it.
I know you have a busy schedule.
Yeah, I know, but still, schedule or no, you've got to find those things that just kind of bring a little bit of joy and fun, and particularly when you're here during the summers in Fairbanks where you've got great weather. I've been living down in Anchorage for years. I'm not going to say I don't really go to the Pilots games, okay?
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to pour on the Pilots
No,
right now.
I know.
But yeah, it's a different atmosphere.
Baseball in Fairbanks, there's just something special about it, and maybe it's because you can almost always have a really nice evening. The weather is relatively fair, but it's a different feel. Fairbanks is a baseball town. Fairbanks is a basketball town, but Fairbanks is a baseball town, and I really felt that when I was growing up here, that this was a town where people knew their baseball and they talked their baseball stats, and the game was good. The game was good, and the Goldpanners have just been solid for us for decades, just decades.
Such a great following. The atmosphere here is wonderful, and it just keeps growing and building, and it's been so much fun for me to watch it. And as the first pitch of the bottom of the fifth inning is grounded to second base, and Leiterman is quickly out number one here with the Goldpanners leading 4-2, bottom of the fifth. Senator Lisa Murkowski joining me here in the press box. Mikey Bell will bat. He had a 2-run home run his last time up.
How long have you been doing this?
My first summer with the Goldpanners was 2001.
Oh, yeah.
But I haven't done every year. I had a 10-year break in between where I could not do the games. And I've been back here. I too have a home in Anchorage right now, but the games do not compare.
Okay, so you feel it, don't you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and I don't, I don't mean to be dismissive about Anchorage or the Pilots or anything like that, but there's something different about Fairbanks.
Very different town, and one of the things that amazes me, the more I'm in Alaska. I'm from Pittsburgh originally, but now I'm in Alaska at least half the time, as it's 0-2 on Bell, is the amount of people in Anchorage that are born and raised that have never set foot in Fairbanks.
Yeah.
There's 2 cities, not including Juneau, which you have to fly to.
And it's on the road system.
Yeah. How do you, at 16, when you get your license, not say, let's go find out what that other town is about?
Fairbanks, yeah.
Ground ball in a hole on the right side, and it turns into an infield hit for Bell. A 1-out single for Bell brings up Chavez with 1 down. The Panners leading by 2, bottom of the fifth.
So I can't help but look out at the view here as we're talking and looking over at the Fairbanks Curling Club, because we did the unveiling of the statue for Dave Winfield, which was pretty special. It was a great deal. Lance Parrish and a lot of other people did a great job in doing that. But they were talking about the midnight moonshot and how Dave Winfield hit that ball out of the park and it landed on the curling club. And I'm looking here, I'm eyeballing.
Throw to first, gets away again. On his way to second is Bell. He will stop there. And that sun has got to be causing problems for Shorman over at first base. He's looking directly into it at the line.
This is what happens when you play a game at, what time is it now?
What time is it
11:30. 11:33. Crazy.
There's just no other event like it. I try to describe it to people, but it's
impossible. Look at the sunshine on this guy's in the outfield.
Yeah.
The guy here in first base.
Yeah, he's been having some struggles looking directly into it. The sun setting in the north, which is weird.
It's amazing. It's amazing. All these guys sitting over in the hot sun at 11:30 at night. Only in Alaska. That's what you gotta love.
Only in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a totally different town, and that, my boss Don Dennis, who was the GM here for so many years, said, would always say, like, you don't get Fairbanks when you drive in and see it. You have to be here, and then you really get it and understand what makes this place so special that Dave Winfield talked about in his 2 summers here. And it's really an incomparable type of place, and it's the place for me that ever since I started coming here, when I land here, people say, welcome home. And that has always been a welcoming place for me.
When you think about it, Dave Winfield's story is really interesting. He was here for 2 years, right? 2 years is not very long, and yet the impression that it left on him and the impression that it left on the community.
Yeah.
To the point where we say, we want you to know how much you helped build us as a community, as a baseball community, as a summer community, and we want to give some of that love back.
Oh, he hits Chavez with the pitch.
it's pretty special. Doesn't take a long time.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't take a long time.
And it digs its claws in and it won't let you go. That's why I'm still here.
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't hit him? Went past him? So the runner goes to second, but there, he does even better and lines it down the line.
Ooh.
And a score.
Hey, awesome. There we go.
RBI single for Chavez.
Yes, yes, yes.
And the Panners extend their lead. Here comes Barry Aiden. Let's see if he's going to make a change. Lisa Murkowski, Senator, here joining me here in the press box. Talking about baseball, watching the Midnight Sun game. Has it been a few years since you've attended one of these games?
Yeah, we were talking about that coming in. It's probably been 20 years since I've been to a Midnight Sun game. That's a long time to not be here. But you know what's funny? It doesn't feel like it's been 2 years. It's just like, yeah, it's 11:30 and everybody's still, you know, we're halfway through the game. And it's just good.
It's a beautiful night.
Yeah.
Well, Senator, I want to let you enjoy your evening.
Well, thank you for letting me be in the box with you to get a different view than I've ever had. This makes Growden Field even all the more special being up here.
Well, you have an open invitation to come by anytime and join us and jump on color commentary with
All right. Well, thank you, and thanks for the good job that you do and have done for all these years, and we just keep watching the game. So, okay, you got to tell me, what time is the game going to wrap tonight here? What do you figure? What's your guesstimate based on where we are right now?
I am going to guess 12:45.
12:45, yeah. Okay.
3 minutes before official sunset, but the sun will have set here from our perspective when it crawls behind those hills in the north. It's going to get dark. It's going to get a little dark.
I heard the story about those lights around the field here today. Truth or no truth about whether or not they actually work.
They do not work.
I heard it just costs so dang much to turn them on that nobody even wants to try anymore.
Well, you know the rule. Even if they would turn on, you're not allowed to tonight.
That's exactly right. We do not turn them on because we don't need them, because we are here in the land of the Midnight Sun at the Midnight Sun baseball game. Fairbanks, Alaska, Goldpanners, you go.
Senator Lisa Murkowski, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
From the Midnight Sun game, it's 5-2 Goldpanners. Goldpanners baseball Midnight Sun game continues here from Fairbanks, Alaska. Garrow Von Dane as the Goldpanners lead it 5-2. And a new pitcher into the game for the Studs, with the Goldpanners threatening again here in the fifth. One run is in. RBI single for Chavez, scoring Mikey Bell. Griffin Harrison the batter, and strikes out against the new pitcher for the Studs, Peter Herrick. Number 31, Peter Herrick, right-handed freshman from Edmonds College out of Auburn, Washington.
Alex.
As we get caught up on the numbers.
Now batting, number 32, Holt Williams.
So Holt Williams will bat for Alex Garcia. I was leaving Panner Manor this afternoon, and a couple came out of the woods and said, "Hey, are you the announcer?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "We're Holt Williams' parents. We're walking to the field." I said, "Right on." Holt getting his first plate appearance here. Alex Garcia finishes a 1-for-2 game with a run scored. Panners with 5 runs on 11 hits so far tonight. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Studs. And Senator Lisa Murkowski, how great was that, joining me here in the press box. Really appreciate her giving us some time. Hit to left, that's a base hit for Williams. In a pinch hitting role here in the 5th inning. Over to second base goes Chavez. Rocco Caballero, 1-for-2 with an RBI single. Now facing Peter Herrick. Herrick has thrown just 4 innings this summer, but has not allowed a run on 2 base hits until now. So that's it for starting pitcher Sean Caligari. He lasts 4 1/3. Popped up right side. And looking up, calling for it and making the catch is Bryce Foster for out number 3. Down go the Goldpanners, but not before they add a run. Panners lead it 5-2 through 5.
Leading out the top of the 6th.
Garrow Von Dane here at the Midnight Sun Game, Growden Memorial Park, beautiful Fairbanks, Alaska, as we creep towards the midnight hour. It's 11:44 p.m. local time. Goldpanners leading the Seattle Studs 5-2. It's chopped towards third, racing after it as Bell throws to first in time for the 5-3 putout. 1 down for Dane Grant here in the top of the 6th. Here's Logan Shepard, the designated hitter. 0 for 1 with a walk and a strikeout so far tonight, now facing Dane Grant for the first time. And a freshman from UC Irvine, Dane Grant. 9 innings so far this year for Grant before tonight. 4 earned runs on 12 hits. He's faced 4 batters so far and retired them all. Just misses, it's 3-1. A gorgeous night here in Fairbanks. So glad you can be with us on PannerVision. What a night it's been so far. Hall of Famer Dave Winfield joining me earlier in the broadcast, and Senator Lisa Murkowski coming in here too, giving us a few minutes of her time. Ball 4, 1 out base runner for the Studs. Some royalty here in the press box tonight. 1 out base runner for the Studs as they try to creep back closer. Studs had a 1-0 lead in the second, led 2-1 after 2.5. 4 unanswered for the Goldpanners since then. Both teams have gone to their bullpen. A no decision for Peters. Caligari on the hook for the loss if the Studs don't come back. 1 hopper to third. Bell knocks it down, recovers, throws high, but getting his foot back down on the bag to make the play nicely for the Goldpanners is Jesse Espinoza, who took over for Garcia. Jack Bergstrom, Studs catcher, 1 for 2 tonight. 2 outs and a runner at second base for Barry Aiden's Seattle Studs. NBC Hall of Famer, Grand Forks International Hall of Famer. 3 national titles at the NBC World Series. Grounded to second, Caballero to first base. Down go the Studs in the 6th. We're going to the bottom of the 6th, getting closer to midnight. It's the Panners 5, Studs 2. What a night from Growden Memorial Park, Fairbanks, Alaska. It's been, pardon me, a memorable one so far. And we got a long way to go. Bottom of the 6th inning, Panners lead at 5-2. Swing and a miss. Jacob Badawe, top of the order for the Goldpanners, 2 for 3 nights so far with an RBI, a couple of singles. He'll be followed by Munoz and Rocha. Off the end of the bat, slow roller towards second. Foster on to first to take care of Padawe. The 4-3 putout. Studs trailed the Goldpanners 5-1 yesterday. Tied it up with a bases clearing double from Ben Sherman in the 8th. The Panners nailed it down in the 9th inning. A perfect 1-2-3 ninth for Noah Smith to get the save. We will pause this game at the closest half inning to midnight for the traditional singing of the Alaska flag song, a beautiful moment that you want to be here for. Munoz 1 for 3, watches that one skip in the turf and go to the backstop. Goldpanner field manager Brett Latchman, the son of Marcel Latchman and the nephew of Rene Latchman, who managed the Marlins. Carlos Gonzalez out of Cyprus, his second year associate head coach. And Nick Rush in his first season from UNLV is in the first base box, seeing his first Midnight Sun game. A special night for all involved. One they won't soon forget, no matter how it turns out. But a win is the way you want it. Panners have been dominant in Midnight Sun games, but the Studs defeated the Goldpanners in 2019. And an argument here. And the umpires are going to gather and talk things over. If you missed any of our broadcast, it is archived on YouTube, or will be after we wrap it up. So if you missed any of this game or missed our interview with Hall of Famer, former Goldpanner Dave Winfield, who received his statue today over at the Fairbanks Curling Club, where he launched a home run in 1972. And we also spoke with Alaska Senator Lisa Murkowski, who graduated from high school at Monroe Catholic here in Fairbanks, and who happens to be well acquainted with Raleigh Johnson, our public address man. And Coach Latchman is heated right now. He's saying that ball hit him on the elbow. The pitch hit Munoz, and Latchman, he's not a very animated guy, but he is really upset right now and letting the umpiring crew know about it. And he will return to the dugout because he wants to stick around for the rest of this game. Munoz digs back in with a 2-2 count. Takes upstairs 3-2. 5 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, the Goldpanners, 2 runs, 4 hits, 2 errors for the Studs. Ball 4. So Munoz will take his base anyhow after all that. And a 1-out base runner for Fairbanks with Bubba Rocha due up. When Dave Winfield was here in 71 and 72, you heard us talk about in 71 a devastating loss to the Anchorage Glacier Pilots in the national title, but got revenge in 72. Panners went on to win national titles in 73, 74, 76, 80, and in 2002. Runner on the move. That ball crushed to left by Rocha. Forget about it. On to Second Avenue. A 2-run shot for Rocha. And the Panners lead it 7-2. The Goldpanners had 1 home run as a team on the season. They've hit 2 tonight. Helmet taps at home plate. Bubba Rocha with the 2-run jack over the Tommy G sign in left. The Panners on top by 5 here in the 6th inning. And it's looking like we will pause this game after this half inning for the Alaska flag song. Matthew Leiterman, 0 for 2 with a run scored and a walk. Peter Herrick running into problems here in the 6th. Those walks, man, they hurt you so bad. lost Munoz, and Arocha makes him pay. Nobody throwing in the Studs bullpen or in the Panner bullpen. The 0-2. Misses away 1 and 2. Off the end of the bat, fouled off. The Panners, those 70s years, the 60s, I mean, the names on some of those teams. Bob Boone, Tom Seaver, Rick Monday, Dave Kingman. Fouled into the stands over the beer garden. Later, names like Adam Kennedy, Jason Giambi, who played here in 1990. Brett Boone. Barry Bonds wore the Goldpanner uniform. So did Harold Reynolds. More recently, names like Alex Vesey of the Dodgers, Scott Hurst of the Cardinals. Into center field, a base hit for Leiterman. 3 straight have reached. Here in the 6th inning, Studs in danger right now of this game coming apart. More recent major leaguers for the Goldpanners, Tyler McGill and John Schreiber, both pitchers. And we're going to get a pinch runner here for Leiterman. So Matthew exits the game, and Hayden Iverson will take over for him.
Coming to the plate, Mikey Bell.
Here's Mikey Bell. What a day he's had. 2 for 3, 2-run home run. Well, Hayden Iverson running at first. Number 22 from UC Colorado Springs. Fouled off. The sun has just dipped over the hills in the north at 11:58 local time. Fairbanks, Alaska, 153 miles due south of the Arctic Circle. The 0-2 pitch to Bell with 1 down and a runner at first. Fouled over the beer garden. That has been packed all night, as you might imagine, on a gorgeous summer night.
Sponsored by Fairbanks Youth Advocates.
Into right. That will get past. No, he will be able to catch up to it, Williams, but it's a base hit and trying for 2 and being thrown out at second is Bell. Second time in the game that a Goldpanner has been thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double. Over to third goes Iverson.
Now batting, Matt Charlton.
Panner's getting greedy. That's a tough out to absorb with only 1 down. Could have had runners at the corners. That's a huge out for the Studs. They got to get out of this inning without any further damage. Chavez 2 for 3 tonight. Couple of singles. The junior from Cal Baptist out of Colton, California. A right-hander starts to throw in the bullpen for the Studs. Runner at third, 2 down. Here's the 0-1. Chop towards third, could be trouble. Dropped! Safe at first, and the run scores as Iverson touches home. And it's 8-2 Goldpanners.
Coming to the plate, Griffin Harrison.
Still able to scratch that 2-out run across. A 3-run 6th inning. The Stud's in a lot of trouble now. Griffin Harrison, a 1-for-3 night. The Panners have 16 hits tonight. And we have crossed the midnight threshold, just foul third base line. It is 12:01 local time. And stay with us for the singing of the Alaska flag song after the next out. It's a beautiful tradition here at Growden. O2 misses. General Manager John Lorkey, who has done so much for this organization, spoke before the game about Winfield and other things. President Abram Siddall also speaking before the game, honoring many of the unsung people in this organization. Stacy Josie, the really unsung hero of this Goldpanner group. She likes to stay anonymous, so tough luck, Stace. You get a shout out. Three-two pitch to Harrison. Just misses ball 4. Harrison draws the base on balls. Barry Aiden standing atop the Stud's dugout, lifting his cap towards the bullpen. Is he ready? He confirms, and Barry will make the walk to the mound. We'll wait until we get the official word that it is a pitching change. Gold at first and second. Panners trying to put it away here in the 6th. We'll be back to Growden Midnight Sun game. It's 8-2 Fairbanks. New pitcher for the Studs is Isaiah Mojica. Number 29, Isaiah Mojica, right-hander from Pierce College, a sophomore. Enters a game with Gold at first and second, a 6-run Goldpanner lead, and that one gets away and floats to the backstop as both runners advance. Goodness. Mojica didn't want to start that way. Jesse Espinoza, the batter, in the 8th spot, his first plate appearance. Line to left to base it. In to score is Bill. Chavez and Harrison. I said Bell was out. Chavez and Harrison come in to score. And the Panners starting to run away with it here at the Midnight Sun game. And another pinch hitter coming in after the RBI single for Espinoza. And it's going to be Brandon Weiland. Brandon Weiland batting here. Two-way player for the Goldpanners. And so a lot of guys getting into the game now, which could continue with the way the score is at this point. Even though there's still 3 innings for the Studs, but they are falling out of this game right now. Swing and a miss from Weiland. The freshman from Cypress College, where he plays for former Goldpanner head coach Anthony Hudding and current Panner assistant Carlos Gonzalez. Goldpanners not only reaching the big leagues as players, but a lot in management and coaching all over the place. Remember Terry Francona? Yep, he was a Goldpanner. Swing and a miss. Weiland throw to first base to record the out. And it is time for the singing of the Alaska flag song. The Goldpanners have taken a 10-2 lead here at the Midnight Sun game as we go to the top of the 7th inning. But first, this beautiful tradition will take place right here at Growden. It is 9 minutes past 12. We'll turn it over to public address man Raleigh Johnson.
Half inning closes to midnight. We celebrate Fairbanks with the Sweet Adelines. Tonight they're celebrating their first anniversary as directed by Amy Dye. Please welcome Fairbanks Sweet Adelines. Adeline.
Spectacular night here in Fairbanks as the Sweet Adelaides sing the Alaska flag song, as is done every midnight sun game at the closest half inning to midnight. Hey, it's 12:14 a.m. We're playing baseball under the natural glow of the midnight sun. The longest day of the year. You know what that means? Days are going to start getting shorter. It's a long winter here in Fairbanks. But that's for another day. Dane Grant continuing to work here for the Goldpanners. This is his third inning since replacing Trey Peters, who worked the first four. (3-0), Grant falls behind. Up 2-1, scoreboard tripping me up. Now it's 3-1. Grant, foul ball backing out of play. Top of the seventh inning here at the 119th Midnight Sun game. Can't miss mentioning Danny Vaziri, who's been here since 10 this morning, doing everything on the field and coordinating. As I give shouts to our wonderful staff here in Fairbanks with the Goldpanners. (3-2) is fouled just underneath us. Studs have time left, but a lot of ground to make up. Trailing 10-2, 10 runs, 17 hits for the Goldpanners tonight. Did not see that coming. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Studs. Make that 5 hits. Bryce Foster singles to open up the top of the 7th inning. So that's the 5th hit of the game. This Goldpanner pitching staff has been so good this year. Just solid. Came in with a 2.93 earned run average. And over the last 6 games coming into this one, 24 hits allowed. 4 per game on average. Over 6 games, that's a long stretch. 16 runs in that time span. And tonight they've allowed 2 runs on 5 hits. Studs aren't going to quit though. Leadoff single for Foster. And now Drew Kamihara. In the 2nd inning, if you joined us late, the ball was hit into shallow left field. That one is hit high down the right field line. Will it stay fair? No. Lands foul in the Studs bullpen. And Studs left fielder Garrett Ringer and the shortstop Jeremiah Crane full speed racing for that ball in shallow left and collided with each other. And both were down on the field for quite some time. They ended up walking off under their own power, but did not re-enter the game. 1-2 here on Kamihara, so substitutions were made. Two hopper to short. Great throw from Harrison to get Kamihara. The 6-3 put out over to second base goes Foster. Makane Mirashige. From the University of Puget Sound, where the Studs play their home games in the summertime. Panners have been down there a few occasions to play on that field. Enjoyed those trips to Tacoma. Tacoma feels like the way Seattle used to be. It still kind of has that gritty edge to it. One time we played the Studs at Tacoma Rainiers AAA ballpark. Just missing on the 0-2. 10-2 Goldpanners here at the top of the 7th. Remember, the stretch is coming up, and if you're new to Goldpanners broadcasts, they are different. The 7th inning stretch here in Fairbanks than most traditional 7th inning stretches. You don't want to miss it. Called out. Said he went around for strike 3.
Coming to the plate, P.J. Moritz.
P.J. Moritz was one of the players who came in after the collision. Moritz took over and left for Garrett Ringer. Moritz 0 for 2. The 1-ball pitch from Dane Grant. Deals a strike. Go get your kazoos if you haven't already. That one's in the turf. Ben Shorman on deck. He'd like to take care of Moritz here. And leave Shorman for next inning with nobody on. Up and away. It's 3-1. Three and 2. Grant 1 strike away from punching out Moritz, sending us to the 7th inning stretch. Payoff pitch. Chop towards third. Throw to first. Oh, what a great play at first by Espinoza to dig that one out of the turf. 5-3 putout retires the Studs in the 7th. It's 10-2 Goldpanners. Get your kazoos, everyone. It's time to get happy at the Midnight Sun game.
It's that time once again. Get on your feet. Pull out your kazoos. It's time for the 7th inning stretch.
Put his guts in a box and put him in a drawer.
The 7th inning stretch brought to you by Lithia Chevrolet. Coming to the plate, Jacob Badawai.
Top of the order for the Goldpanners after a Happy Boy dazzles the crowd here in Fairbanks at the Midnight Sun game. Jacob Badawai, 2 for 4 nights so far from the top of the order. Goldpanners enjoying a 10-2 lead here at the Midnight Sun game. Panners erupting for 17 hits tonight. Whoa. And Isaiah Mojica's had some control issues since entering the game. But Dawe, Munoz, and Rocha due up. Foul back to the netting. What a night it has been here from Growden, home of the Goldpanners since August of '61. Panners played elsewhere closer to downtown in 1960. The park was nearly wiped out by massive flooding here when the Chena River overflowed in 1967. 2-1 just misses 3-1. Brand new turf here installed after last season concluded. The scoreboard in right center. That was unveiled last July. High fly ball deep to right. Going back is Williams and appears to be underneath it and makes the catch here in the night sky. It is getting darker here in Fairbanks as the sun has set. It's tough to see the baseball when you get into these latter innings. And it's going to be Logan Wimberly batting here.
Coming to the plate, number 4, Logan Wimberly.
For Munoz in the DH spot. Garrow Von Dane here in Fairbanks. 12:25 a.m. locally. Swing and a miss from Wimberly, a member of the United States Armed Forces stationed at Fort Wainwright here in Fairbanks. Graduate from Webster, Florida. Been a big contributor for the Goldpanners this year. Fouls this one back. Hit the crowd mic. A direct hit of the crowd mic. It's still functioning, right? We got that pop screen on there.
Oh, that's still good.
Wow. Logan Wimberly hits the crowd mic. Better than hitting us, Burnley. Better than hitting us. Wimberly strikes out for the second out of the inning. Looks like another pinch hitter here for the Goldpanners. And it's number 18, Troy McCain. So McCain will bat for Bubba Rocha, who ends a 2 for 4 night with a 2-run home run. McCain, the redshirt freshman from Cuesta College out of Corona, California. Swings and misses. Two outs and the base is empty. Goldpanners have not been retired in order tonight. McCain batting 161 so far. Been swinging it better though last few games. Troy with a hit last night against the Studs, went 2 for 2 with a double and an RBI against the Men's League All-Stars a couple nights ago. Panners making a lot of substitutions here in the last couple innings, getting players into the Midnight Sun game. Swing and a miss. That breaking ball, it's 2-2 on McCain. Iverson would bat if McCain reaches. Fans are sticking around. Why not? Swing and a miss. And a good inning for Mojica. He puts the Goldpanners down 1-2-3. We'll head to the 8th. It's 10-2 Goldpanners at the Midnight Sun game. We head to the 8th inning from the 119th annual Midnight Sun game, live from Fairbanks, Alaska. Yep, we're live under the Midnight Sun with no artificial lights at 12:31 a.m. local time. What a night it has been. Glad you could share it with us on PannerVision. Been doing PannerVision games since 2001. Live Goldpanner games on the web, started by Todd Dennis, way ahead of the curve. Here we are in 2024 on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button and follow the Goldpanners all summer long. Yeah, we take PannerVision on the road. We'll be in Grand Forks, British Columbia for the Grand Forks tournament. Next week, the Studs will be there too. That one is absolutely crushed by Ben Shorman over 2nd Avenue into the Curling Club parking lot. Welcome to the game, Shaw Lee. A monstrous home run from Shorman, his 6th of the year. And that's why you wanted him coming up with nobody on, as we talked about last inning. Ben's fired up. He's a big, strong boy, isn't he? And it's 10-3 now. Shaw Lee, the right-hander for the Goldpanners. 3rd pitcher of the game for Fairbanks. Sophomore from Butte College, where he plays under former Goldpanner head coach Anthony Farrow. 6'1" right-hander from Fallon, Nevada. Zion Williams, 0 for 2, was hit by a pitch and scored back in the 2nd inning.
We're going to have our 50-50. So get your 50-50 tickets out.
A record crowd here tonight, sold out. And almost everybody's still here. The 2-2. Ooh, just missing 3 and 2. Shah Ali has thrown just 3 innings this year. 1 earned run on 1 base hit before tonight. Chop foul to the Panner dugout. Beautiful national anthem before tonight's game. Jen Oden, great singer, beautiful voice. The flyover for Jets. Check swing at the end of the bat. Stays 3 and 2.
We're going to call it next.
Thank the fine men at Eielson Air Force Base for the flyover. Home plate umpire Jerry Howard behind the dish. This crew's done a good job tonight. David Noah at first base, Ruben Cabral at second, Dan Angelo at third.
$827.50. If you have ticket number 333-2678. I'll do that one more time, just 1 second.
3-2. Swing and a miss. Got him swinging. First out of the 8th. Studs have 5 outs left.
2678. Ticket number 333-2678.
There's Logan Shepard, the designated hitter, 0 for 1 with a couple of walks in the game.
$27.50.
Dave Winfield, Hall of Famer, 2-time Goldpanner. Throughout the ceremonial first pitch tonight, he was honored with a statue over at the Curling Club earlier today around 5 p.m. The ceremony took place. That ball is skied to left by Shepard, drifting back, going to the wall and watching it sail over the fence is Iverson. The solo home run for Logan Shepard of the Seattle Studs. 2 solo shots here in the 8th inning for the Studs. And it's 10-4 with 1 out here in the 8th inning. Studs bats coming to life here. That shot by Shurman to open up this 8th inning was pretty remarkable. Landed in the parking lot of the Curling Club. The base of the Curling Club itself is 480 feet away. The roof of the Curling Club is 500 feet. One ball pitch. Out in front with a swing and the miss is Gallagher. 0 for 2 with a walk tonight. 10 runs, 17 hits for Fairbanks, 4 runs, 7 hits for Seattle. The 1-1. Inside 2-1. Goldpanner head coach Brett Latchman trying to go 2-0 in Midnight Sun games. Dave Winfield played in 2 Midnight Sun games here. Field looked a little bit different back then. Thanks again to Mr. Winfield for joining us here in the press box for an interview earlier. That ball was misplayed by the shortstop Harrison, skips off the heel of the glove. And so safe at first base is Gallagher. Still just 1 out in the inning.
Jack Bergstrom.
And Jack Bergstrom will bat as the Studs are inching closer. Not out of the woods yet. Bergstrom 1 for 3 with a single tonight. So now time is called at home plate as Brett Latchman will stroll out to the mound and everyone will gather. Garrow Von Dane here in Fairbanks Dave Winfield joining us here on the broadcast earlier. Man, he was great. And then shortly after Dave Winfield joined us, it was Senator Lisa Murkowski. Wasn't she awesome? Very affable Lisa Murkowski, who went to high school here in Fairbanks and has attended some Midnight Sun games herself. Mentioned that she was at the 1972 game when Dave Winfield was a player. Brett Latchman finishes his conversation with the infield. And his pitcher, Shaw Lee. Senator Murkowski asked me my prediction for when this game would end. I said 12:45. I think I'm going to be wrong. It's currently 12:39. Lee will work to Bergstrom. Way inside. Nobody throwing in the Goldpanner bullpen. Bergstrom, a .458 hitter coming in. The Studs are the first place team in the Pacific International League. Goldpanners are an independent. Spent many years as the flagship member of the Alaska Baseball League. Swing and a miss. Panners were the first team here in Alaska in 1960, and then they helped form the Glacier Pilots in Anchorage in 1969. Then helped found more teams, all under longtime general manager Don Dennis. That one's fouled back towards us, but underneath the press box. More teams followed. The Peninsula Oilers and Kenai, who are still around, as are the Glacier Pilots. The Valley Green Giants, who are no more, but the Matsu Miners took their place in Palmer, Alaska. A second team to Anchorage was formed, the Anchorage Bucks, who exist to this day. There was also the North Pole Knicks that played here at Growden, as well as Athletes in Action, who is now Chugiak, and they play down in that suburb north of Anchorage. Grounded towards third. Throw to second for one, on to first, not in time. They'll settle for the force out, and the fielder's choice for Bergstrom. 2 down here in the 8th. And a runner at first base. And now here comes Brett Latchman, and that's going to do it for Shaw Lee, as he'll hear a hand from the fans here in Fairbanks. Back in a minute. Top of the 8th inning, it's 10-4 Goldpanners. New pitcher into the game for the Goldpanners is number 8, Noah Smith, a freshman from Cal Baptist. Noah Smith, 6'3" right-hander from Highland, California. Studs have a runner at first. 2 runs are in here in the 8th, both solo home runs. And Smith's first pitch to Bryce Foster misses for ball 1. 6 innings pitched this year for Noah. No runs, just 1 hit. Struck out 5, walked 4. Smith last night got the save, 1-2-3 inning to close it out and give the Panners a 5-4 win over the Studs. We've got 2 more with the Studs after tonight. Up the middle, long run. Good scoop behind second by Harrison. Throws to first for the final out of the inning. Studs get 2, but they trail it by 6. We're headed to the bottom of the 8th. What an incredible night it's been here in Fairbanks. Goldpanners leading the Studs 10-4 here at the Midnight Sun game as we go to the bottom of the 8th inning.
Coming to the plate, Hayden Iverson.
Hayden Iverson. Leading things off against Isaiah Mojica. Pitched a 1-2-3 7th, the first time the Goldpanners have been retired in order tonight. 10 runs and 17 hits for Fairbanks, 4 runs, 8 hits for the Studs. Up the middle and through. Gotta wonder what's going through Barry Aiden's mind right now. This is not what he expected, nor us. A 10-4 Goldpanner lead.
Now batting, Mikey Bell.
Yeah, that's the great thing about baseball. You just never know. Panners do not like to lose in the Midnight Sun game and don't do it often. Said earlier, I've only lost 3 times since '92, 14 times since 1960.
He is the most interesting man in the world.
They're trying to win their 49th Midnight Sun game. Didn't play one in 2000. The men's league kept the tradition going by playing because of the pandemic. Mikey Bell, what a night he's had. 3 for 4 with a 2-run home run. He scored a couple of runs. How about the home runs we've seen tonight? Down the right field line, Williams chasing it. Oh, and he's able to catch up to it and holds on, falling down towards the warning track. Nice grab by Williams in the night sky here. Bell robbed of extra bases. Goldpanners leading 10-4. Studs have 3 outs left. In the dirt, Matthew Chavez. A 3-hit night for Chavez. Panners pounding the baseball tonight. 2-run home run for Rocha. 2-run shot for Bell. Studs with solo home runs from Shurman and Shepard. Hit towards third. Over to second for 1. In time. 5-4-3 double play. And that does it for the Goldpanners in the 8th. We're headed to the 9th at the Midnight Sun game. Last chance for the Studs. When we come back, it's 10-4 Goldpanners. Fans singing along to Sweet Caroline here at the ballpark, waiting out this one. It is 12:52 a.m. The lights are off as we play baseball under the midnight sun on the longest day of the year. Garrow Von Dane, what a fun night it's been, hasn't it? Glad you can join us. Apologies I haven't been able to get to the YouTube chat. It has been a busy night here. 9th inning. Studs down to their last 3 outs. The Goldpanners leading 10-4. One strike on Kamihara. Now it's a ball and a strike. Noah Smith trying to finish off this one against the Studs for the 2nd night in a row. Not a save situation tonight. Down low 2-1. Kamihara, Mirashige, and Moritz. Top of the order for the Studs. Grounded to short. Harrison on the money. 1 down in the 9th inning. To thank you all for tuning into PannerVision tonight at the Midnight Sun game. My guests, Hall of Famer Dave Winfield and Senator Lisa Murkowski. Really appreciate them coming up here and giving us some of their time out of their busy nights and schedules. We've got 2 more with the Studs. Tomorrow, a 5 p.m. local time start right here on PannerVision, where you can tune in, turn on, and pan out all summer long. And we'll wrap up the series Sunday with a 2 p.m. game before heading to British Columbia for the Grand Forks International. Always a great time. Ball and a strike from Smith. Swing and a miss. Pitch in on the hands. Mirashage. Moritz to follow. Time running out on the Studs. Grounded towards third. On a line. 2 down and the Studs down to their last out. Will we wrap before 1 a.m.? Got 5 minutes to go. Smith deals a strike. 10 runs, 18 hits for the Goldpanners. 4 runs, 8 hits for the Studs. Chopper towards short. Harrison gloves, throws and gets. And the Goldpanners have won the Midnight Sun game here in 2024. And they storm the field and celebrate victory over the Seattle Studs. The Goldpanners win their 49th Midnight Sun game. Congrats to head coach Brett Latchman and his Goldpanners for nailing down the victory here against the Studs. What a spectacular night from here in Fairbanks, Alaska. Huge thanks to all of you for tuning in to this edition of the High Noon at Midnight Classic. And our great staff up here. Raleigh Johnson on public address, Bam Bam Burnley on cameras and controls, our head engineer Chris Carlson, and really appreciate my guests tonight here in the press box, Hall of Famer and former Goldpanner Dave Winfield, Senator Lisa Murkowski. A fabulous night from the Golden Heart of Alaska. This game wraps up at 12:56 a.m. local time, and another Midnight Sun game is in the books. The Goldpanners win it 10-4. Have a wonderful rest of your evening under the Midnight Sun, everyone. I am Garrow Von Dane saying thank you and so long. We'll see you tomorrow for more baseball against the Studs. The Panners win the Midnight Sun game. Good night, everyone.